Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Hello, greetings. We're back. I'm back with more. Let's coffee time. Wow, really? When the mic goes? Mega Man 2 music. Yeah. Yesterday we were working on the schedule portion of the website. I was trying to get like borders to line up and spacing and stuff, and today, you might have noticed, it's significantly more shiny. I made several additions to it while I was off stream because I kept coming up with ideas. By Grab Those Hammer, we made it to Friday. That's a great movie. But yeah, yesterday I got the border fixed, I got the spacing fixed, and I got the date underneath the day of the week over here, and I got the fonts set up for the time and for the titles here, and I configured days off to be days that are not scheduled on the calendar. So anytime there is not a schedule on the calendar, it now shows up as a day off on the schedule. So I don't have to code anything specifically for a day off. I just delete everything off of the streaming for the day and it marks it as off, which is cool. But I changed a couple more things. Let's go forward 1 week so you can easily see a lot of the changes that I made. The days of the week were already purple over here. Oh, I'm being abducted. Welcome, PT. Welcome. As you can see, the aliens are here from the start today, as opposed to yesterday where I had to go get them. But yeah, changes that I've made since yesterday now that I'm back from the aliens. So the days of the week that are in the future are in purple over here. I did take the spacing of the time and moved it a little bit more to the left, away from that bar right there, just so it's a little bit cleaner, I think. And I added an on hover. So anytime you hover over one of the bars, the border of the bar turns to this nice green gradient to show that you are hovering over that week. And if you guys want to follow along with any of the changes, the website is absolutely live, and I will link it in all 3 chats so that you guys can go and you can click on it and see exactly the things that I'm talking about. Now, going back to the current week, I made a couple of changes here. The current day now has a teal background behind it. And all days that have passed have gray backgrounds behind it. So this way you can kind of see the progress through the week. And the current day also has a teal border around it, the teal gradient, like a teal to blue gradient border. And so as it goes through the week, this is automatically going to change. I don't have to do anything to change that. It's automatically going to update with the current day. And if you go back to the previous week, you'll see everything here is gray. But then you may have also noticed there's a little YouTube icon right here. And when you mouse over the YouTube icon, it gets a little bit bigger. I stole this idea from the GDQ schedule. You remember when they had a little YouTube icon that would take you to the YouTube stream? That's what this does. When you click on that, it takes you to the VOD. And all of the past live streams have that. And if it was multiple live streams on that day for that event, or if the live stream got cut off and they had to make a second one, there are 2 buttons, and they're in order. So this is part 1, that's part 2, that's part 1, that's part 2, part 3. And all of the previous streams have the VOD link right here in place of where the time was. Because you don't need to know when that particular stream started. If you missed it, going back and seeing it again should be like the goal now. So for every past stream on the calendar, there is now a link to the VOD that and that will auto show up here for as many spots as necessary. Yeah. And so those are the changes that I made last night. When I had them on my brain, you know what? It's probably not going to take a whole lot to implement all of these things, and it really didn't. So I'm like, I'm going to do this stuff before I forget, and so I did. I also changed almost all of the dates on the calendar to be, instead of all day events, like this is listed as an all day event, I instead put them as specific timed events. So if we look at like the final quest, it now says 12 o'clock to 6:30 p.m. weekly on Monday. And then it has a code right there. Oh, and for past streams, you may have noticed that this code has now gotten rather convoluted. This code right here is telling so much information to the website. So when it pulls the information from the calendar, it pulls this code. Now this code tells it what color the background is going to be on that particular row. It tells it what quest is going to be played there. It tells it what thumbnail to pick, and it tells it what YouTube video to go to. And I can actually take this number portion off the front, which is one of the things I'm going to do today, because I don't need that information on there either. So what we're going to get with each of the streams, what is actually the information that's actually going to pull out of here is the title is going to be the title of the quest for that stream. So like this is the second quest here. And so what it's going to pull is the second quest, and then it's going to take that, remove all the spaces, and then make everything lowercase. And then that modification of the title plus .json is going to tell it which database file it needs to pull for looking up the information that's going to be on the rest of the stuff. Now, when it comes to how this is set up, these first two numbers right there are dictating the color. Those refer to these background images right here, 00 through 07. And so that tells it what color to format the background for the row. And then we got this next part here, TDQLCT, which is the Dev Quest Let's Coding Time is what that stands for. And that refers specifically to this. So they take that code right there and you add .png to it, and it tells you what thumbnail you need to pull. But going past that, if we open up the JSON file for the dev quest, for DevStream right here, you'll see it's also the ID. So if you take that code and add .png to it, you'll get the thumbnail. But when you take that code and search the JSON file for something matching that ID, you get the other information that you can use to fill out what that's about. In this case, you get the title, Let's Coding Time. And that title is used on the schedule right here. So it pulls up this title and this thumbnail by the same code. And then there's a tilde right there, which is a delimiter. And then this next part right there is the YouTube video ID. So when you're looking at one of these streams, that's how that breaks down. And if you're looking at one that has multiple videos like this one, it's tilde the YouTube video ID, tilde the second YouTube video ID. Yeah. Yeah. There's a couple of more things that I want to do here, but I need to make sure that the JSON files for the 4 quests that I am pushing through are all set up already. But the other changes I want to make is, let me go ahead and remove numbers from title is one change I want to make. Put in what's it called? Subtitle on weak bar. So we're gonna put in the subtitle. What I'm referring to there is this isn't gonna say the final quest. This is going to say Final Fantasy 1. And then underneath it right there, it's going to say Pixel Remaster. Because there are multiple versions of Final Fantasy 1 that are going to appear in this quest in different points of time. And that information is what is one of the things that the JSON file is doing. Oh, we have another person vying for a delete here. Hold on, let me switch this over so I can ban. There we go. So yeah, I wanted to pull the main thing, and then I wanted to pull the secondary thing and put it underneath. And then there are days where I'm going to have 2 quests, well, 2 streams going on, like 2 different streams going on in the same day. And I wanna make sure that I add that. So add in second stream. For example, collaboration stream. So on days where we have collaboration streams, and collaborations are going to be starting back. It's gonna like cut it in half right here. And then the main part's going to be over here, and then the collaboration part's going to be over here. I may do it at about 1/3 of the way across. Yeah. First, though, let's take a look at the final quest. Order type. I don't know if I need type. I think I do want a lock. Okay. I think I can get ChatGPT to do this fast. Okay. I need the... what is it called? Name field to be called title. title and edition can stay the same. And then add a new attribute called lock. Within the value of true. Do this to every entry. Okay, title, lock true edition, platform unlocks. And that just saved me a lot of work right off the bat right there. I could use the find and replace feature inside of VS Code to do this as well, and it would take roughly the same amount of time, but I would have to do it for each individual thing I'm changing. Here, I can just give ChatGPT a list, make all of these changes to all of the nodes, and then it's basically doing a find and replace on everything. Now I do need to go back through here and make sure that all of these IDs are correct, and I am gonna have to do that one at a time for each of the entries on this list. Oh, there's FF14. Mystic Quest, Crystal Chronicles, Ring of Fates, My Life as a King, Echoes of Time, My Life as a Dark Lord, Crystal Bearers, The World of Final Fantasy, The Spirits Within. That movie was a thing. The Dissidia games, Theatrhythm, Ever Crisis. Okay, so we're gonna copy this code and put that in there, and we're gonna save that. And while that is saving and updating, I'm going to grab the code for the second quest and say, awesome. Now, can you do that same thing for this one? And get ChatGPT on the replacement for the second quest. And while it's replacing the second quest, we're going to go through the final quest. I can close that out. And make sure that all of these are updated. FF1 PR. Oh my gosh, it's not gonna do that for it. FF1 PR. Okay. FF1 NES. FF1 DOS. FF1 20. Now, did I name it 20 or did I name it 20th? F1 DOS. FF1 PR. F1 20th. I put a TH on there. Okay. F1 20th. This is FF2 PR, FF2 DOS, now for this, what did I call the Dawn of Souls for FF2? Are you done yet? Oh yeah, should have. Look at that. I need this and I need this. Okay, Final Fantasy II, Dawn of Souls, Soul of Rebirth, DOSOR, FF2 DOSOR. Okay. This is called Final Fantasy II, Dawn of Souls, Soul of Rebirth. This is FF2 20th. Really? FF2 20th. So this is FF2 20th Soul of Rebirth. FF2 20th Sword. Make sure that's right. The sword, yep. Okay, these I haven't done yet, so technically I can't mess them up. FF3 Pixel Remaster. Easy. FF3 3D. Easy. FF4 Pixel Remaster. FF4 SNES. FF4 ADV for Advance. FF4 CC Complete Collection. FF4 CC I for Interlude. FF4 CC V After Years, so Tay. FF4 3D. FF4 3D Tay for the After Years. And that's FF5 Pixel Remaster. FF5 ADV for Advanced. FF5 Woodjob Fiesta. FF5 Legend of the Crystals. Okay. FF6 Pixel Remaster. FF6 SNES version. FF6 ADV for Advanced. FF7 PS1. FF7 Shinra Archaeology Cut. Crisis Core FF7 Reunion. Scourge of Cerberus, Final Fantasy VII. Is Ever Crisis just for Final Fantasy VII? I can't remember. Yes, it is. Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Final Fantasy VII, Ever Crisis. The First Soldier. Okay, I'm gonna need to go back through and make sure these titles and editions are now formatted correctly. Okay. Final Fantasy VII, Advent Children complete. Final Fantasy VII Remake. Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate. Final Fantasy VII Remake Hard Mode. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which is R2. Final Fantasy VII R2 HM for hard mode. Oh, I think I'll just make it H for hard mode. Okay. In 7 R3, we don't have a title for it yet, but we know it's going to be R3. And we know it's going to have a hard mode. Bam. Final Fantasy 8. FF8 Remastered. Okay. FF9. PS1. FF9. The GUI mod. FF9. Annie for the animated show. FF9R, because there is a rumored remaster. Okay. I'm gonna take the rumored out of that. But I am gonna go back up and those titles. FF10 HDR. FF10 HDR internal com. FF10-2 HD remake. FF10-2 HD remake The Last Mission. FF12 Zodiac Age, or The Zodiac Age TVA. FF12 PS2. VS PS1. Vagrant Story for PS1. Vagrant Story PS1. The reason Vagrant Story is listed right here under Final Fantasy XII is because Vagrant Story is actually set in Ivalice. So though not technically a Final Fantasy game, it is part of the Ivalice Alliance. Final Fantasy Tactics IC for Ivalice Chronicles. Tactics PS1 probably has played through the Ivalice Chronicles. Final Fantasy Tactics, The War of the Lions, which is another remake of FF Tactics. Everybody kept jumping on the Ivalice Chronicles. I can't believe they finally remade Final Fantasy Tactics. It's about time. Dude, they've already remade Final Fantasy Tactics twice. And one of them is a full-up remaster remake called The War of the Lions. Like, get on your history. It's the same people that keep saying, oh, I wish Nintendo would finally remake Ocarina of Time. I'm like, dude, they did remake Ocarina of Time for the 3DS. Ocarina of Time 3D. It's a totally upscaled everything. Anyway. Final Fantasy 12 relevant rings. Final Fantasy 12 relevant wings. Revenant wings, not relevant. And then there is Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. I'm going to call this EDV to keep up with the advance. And this is Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 2 E2. More of the Rift. The whole thing is its code name. We got FF13. FF13 2. FF13 3. Lightning Returns. I'm not calling it Lightning Returns Final Fantasy 13. It's a fucking stupid name. Final Fantasy Type O. Type O. Now, the reason Final Fantasy Type O is with Final Fantasy 13 is although technically not a named Final Fantasy 13 game, it is set in the same world of Final Fantasy 13 100 years after the split alternate ending of Final Fantasy 13 Lightning Returns. So it's 100 years later after the ending of Lightning Returns. Technically, same world. FF16, which is a bloody brilliant game. FF16, we've got Final Fantasy mode, and then FF16 Ultimaniac mode, which are things I might possibly do. You don't know. Then we got Final Fantasy 11, the first MMO. I'm not going, like I'll play through Final Fantasy 14 and show you all of the story of the different expansions for 14. I am not doing that for 11. We are watching movies. We will cover events of Final Fantasy 11 because you need to know things about the Zillard and Promathia and Shintoto to be precise, to understand some things that are going on in 14. But I am not going to put myself through playing FF11. Rise of the Zillard, which was the first expansion. I remember that came out in Japan. That was awesome. Final Fantasy 11, Chains of Promathia, which was the first official US expansion. Final Fantasy 11, Treasures of Ot-Urgan. And then Final Fantasy 11, Wings of the Goddess. This is when I officially stopped playing FF11. Final Fantasy 11, Seekers of Aldolan. Soa. Final Fantasy 11, Crystalline Prophecy, ACP. Final Fantasy 11, a Moogle Kupo Dita. Okay. Technically that would be DE, but we'll just go with D. The Shintoto Ascension. FF11, Shintoto Ascension, ASA. Abyssi, oh. Vision of Abyssi. Boa. FF11 Scars of Abyssi. FF11 Heroes of Abyssi. FF11 Rhapsodies of Vana'diel. And this one, the voracious resurgence. This is new. They actually added content to Final Fantasy 11 after like 10 plus years of it being just like ending with the Abyssy stuff and the Rhapsodies. They added new content to the game. And people keep saying, oh, this is going to be the end of Final Fantasy 14. Final Fantasy 14 is dead. I'm like, are you guys not paying attention? Final Fantasy 11 is still alive. 14 ain't anywhere close to dying. FF11, the voracious resurgence. And we got some nice Final Fantasy music. This is a version of the main theme song of Final Fantasy. Bum, 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 bum. Final Fantasy has awesome music. Okay, now we're in Final Fantasy 14. We can't go with 1.0. FF14. ARR is as close as we can get. Final Fantasy 14. Heaven's Word. Final Fantasy 14. Stormblood. Final Fantasy 14. Shadowbringers. Final Fantasy 14. Endwalker. Final Fantasy 14. Not 145. We're not in the year 3000 yet. Dawn Trail DT. That's right. That's what it's called, Dawn Trail. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest is simple enough. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Remastered. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Ring of Fates. That's the thing. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Ring of Fates. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles My Life as a King. Lack. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Echoes of Time. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles My Life as a Dark Lord. Laddle. Dark Lord is one word. Lod. It's a lot again. Lack and Lod. Malak, Malod. Okay, and then the Crystal Bears. Final Fantasy Chronicles Crystal Bears. And then WOF. World of Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy The Spirits Within. Final Fantasy Strangers of Paradise. I'm gonna call this Final Fantasy Origin Strangers of Paradise. Final Fantasy Dissidia. FF Dissidia Udescent. Dissidia Udescent. Final Fantasy Dissidia NT. Final Fantasy Theatrhythm Final Bar Line. Final Fantasy Theatrhythm. Just called 3DS. Okay, 3DS. Final Fantasy Theatrhythm Curtain Call. I had Curtain Call, and then I have Final Bar Line on my PS5. And then there's the rest of Final Fantasy VII Epic Crisis, which I'm going to put right there. Okay. So we're going to remove Edition, because that doesn't apply to Epic Crisis. You put that right there. Is it called? It's listed as Theatrhythm. Final Fantasy. Yeah, Theatrhythm is first in the logo there. Yep, and it says Theatrhythm before it says Final Fantasy in Japanese as well. Shiatoizumu Final Fantasy. Fanau. Okay, I'm just bad at selecting things. Fantasy. Fanau Fantasy. I'm bad with my pronunciation. I need to practice my pronunciations. But yeah, Theatrhythm. Theatrhythm is first, officially first. So Theatrhythm, Final Fantasy, and then edition is Curtain Call. Then this is Theatrhythm edition 3DS. Theatrhythm. The edition is Final Bar Line. This is Final Fantasy. And the edition is NT. The edition is Duodecim. And then Dissidia, the base Dissidia doesn't have. So I'm gonna put Final Fantasy Origin as the edition here. No. Just Stranger of Paradise. Okay. So this is just called The Spirits Within. Or Final Fantasy with no edition marked on it. Can be edition Ever Crisis. Theatrhythm Final Fantasy edition is Curtain Call. Theatrhythm Final Fantasy edition is 3DS. Theatrhythm Final Fantasy edition is Final Bar Line. Dissidia edition is NT. Dissidia edition is Duodecim. Dissidia no edition because that's the base one. Stranger of Paradise. Final Fantasy Origin. The Spirits Within. It's a movie. Platform. I'm gonna put video for the platform. Okay. All the platforms down through here are capitalized, so why is we not capitalized? Okay, so this needs to be we, all capital letters. Okay. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, Crystal Bearers, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, My Life as a Dark Lord. I think I might want to reverse those. Because Crystal Bearers is going to be the more important thing, and then underneath that we would have Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. So I'll put this here. And then this here. And then I can do this. There. Put that there. That goes there. That goes there. Yep, that goes there. Bam and bam. Okay, Public Crystal Chronicles Remastered with PS5. Yes, I have that movie. I have that movie. It's calling it a movie is not that far off. This game has like a 2.5 hour opening cinematic before you get to move your character. I'm like, okay, Xenogears, I get it. Or should I say Xenosaga? Xenosaga was far worse about doing that than Xenogears was. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. So once again, I think I'm going to take Final Fantasy. No, I'm just going to delete the edition. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest can be its own thing. World of Final Fantasy, Stranger Paradise, Dissidia, Theatrhythm. Yeah, because people know this game as Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Okay, Final Fantasy 14, Dawn Trail, Endwalker. I think this is good. Okay. 11, I think this is good too. Yeah, having this listed as platform PS5 Steam, I think is fine. I'm gonna have this listed as a video. Okay. Okay. Well. Okay. Yep, have the difficulty mode listed there. Edition, we don't need base game. Just leave that blank right there. I am gonna put HD up here. I'm gonna remove that from edition, and I'm gonna put that after typo. It's a typo. Oh no. Yep, I made that joke. Okay, lightning returns. I will put Final Fantasy 13 right here for lightning returns. Just to honor the stupid way that they named this game. No edition for Final Fantasy 13 2. or for Final Fantasy 13, although they are the Steam versions. So I'm going to take Grimoire of the Rift and put that there. And then put Tactics A2 down here under Edition. Like that. Tactics Advanced, that's good. I'm going to do the same thing for Revenant Wings here. Take that and put that into Edition. Okay, no addition for that. Ivalice Chronicles is the addition for that. And we're going to call this the War of the Lions, and then put Final Fantasy Tactics as the addition. And then Vagrant Story, no addition listed for that because it is its own thing. Final Fantasy 12. Zodiac Age, and then the original. Okay. And then edition. We're going to move edition. Okay. The last mission here. I have 10-2 there. And I think I'll leave the HD remaster down there. Put Eternal Calm there. Well, Final Fantasy X. That there. And leave the same setup for 10 as we did for the other one. Okay, so we'll save that so far. Whew. Okay. I'm going to take a quick little break right here, and I will be right back. I'm back. Need to hit the button. Bring the chat back up. And where were we? Final Fantasy IX Remaster, which hasn't actually been released yet. Platform, this would be a video. The Meguri mod is the Steam edition. And we're going to remove edition from that. I think I will leave remastered there just to separate it from the original FF8. Edition hard mode. That's not going to have an addition because we're going to add it to that. Edition hard mode. I'm going to remove this. I'm going to put rebirth here. And we're going to put remake here. And we're going to put rebirth here. And then we're going to put remake here. The addition being integrate. Then we're going to put remake here. And remove that. And then we're going to take Advent Children Complete and put that there because that's in the name of it. I'm going to take Final Fantasy VII, put that there. And we're going to put Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis there and list the edition as the first soldier. This is going to be Dirge of Cerberus, and then Final Fantasy VII, the edition. And that's with PS2, and then this is Crisis Core Reunion. And then Final Fantasy VII is the edition. And the Shinra Archaeology Core cut, and then Final Fantasy VII with no edition listed for that. No edition listed for the SNES version of Final Fantasy. Pixel Remastered, that yes. Advanced DX, okay, that's fine for that. For this, since this is a movie, we're going to put Legend of the Crystals right here. We're going to take Final Fantasy V, put that as the edition. Then platform is going to be movie. Video. Get him out. Full Job Fiesta. The platforms available for that are going to be the GBA, the PS5, and Steam for the Pixel Remastered Edition on these two. Because I know there's a lot of people that do the Fiesta on the advanced version, and now people are doing it on the Pixel Remastered version. And it's not the same thing for either one. Okay, Pixel Remaster. 3D remake. Okay, so I'm just going to call this Final Fantasy IV 3D. And we're going to take remake out and leave edition blank. And then this 3D remake right here is going to be Final Fantasy IV 3D. So that's how we'll do that. So we'll leave that like that. I think that track's okay. We can take edition out for the advanced version. Or did I leave it in for the others? Left it in for the others. Okay, so we'll leave it in for these specific GBA games, 4, 5, and 6. Take it out. And I have I have the same marker for Final Fantasy VI. Okay. So I'm just going to call this D, and then we're going to move that. And we got the Pixel Remaster, 20th anniversary. Solar Rebirth, which is going right here. Final Fantasy 20th anniversary, which is going into edition. Solar Rebirth, which is going right here. Then Dawn of Souls, which is going there. And then Final Fantasy 2, Pixel Remaster, 20th anniversary, Dawn of Souls. No edition for the classic version right there. And then, bam. Okay, and now we will go to the second quest. Paste in those, and then we will look at the war quest, and we'll save that. Open the war quest, and then we go here. Okay, we will get ChatGPT buzzing on fixing that one while we go through the second quest, which has just as much stuff in it. Oh my gosh. But we only need to fix 4 of these, and these 2 are easily the biggest. The other 2 are going to go quite quickly, I think. Okay. LOV. Nice. Okay. Zelda. No addition. Zelda. Second quest. Zelda, Legend of Zelda second quest. Legend of Zelda randomizer. Legend of Zelda BS, BS2Q, BS3Q, BS4Q. Legend of Zelda BS. of course stands for Broadcast Satellaview. How many of you thought it meant something else? We're just gonna instead of BS. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Legend of Zelda BS Second. Wow. Legend of Zelda BS Second Quest. Legend of Zelda BS Third Quest. Legend of Zelda BS Fourth Quest. And here we are with Zelda music. When I was doing Final Fantasy, it playing Final Fantasy music for me. And I'm doing the Zelda ones playing Zelda music for me. Yep. And this is Legend of Zelda Randomizer. Edition, the second quest. Broadcast the Teleview, the second quest, the third quest, the fourth quest. Randomizer. I don't think there is a Broadcast the Teleview randomizer. I'm not entirely sure, to be fair, but I don't think there is. Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link randomizer. Adventure of Link Enhanced Edition. Adventure of Link Enhanced Edition randomizer. I'll put Enhanced Edition randomizer right there. Adventure of Link randomizer, Adventure of Link. ER. It's called Enhanced Edition, so I'm gonna. If I rename this, I have to rename all of the. Damn. Yeah, I mean, I have to make it match. Okay. Rename. LLEE. Thumbnails and. Okay. Rename all of those thumbnails for those two items. I think everything else there was set. Link to the past. It's going to get quite long with some of these Zelda titles if I put The Legend of Zelda in front of each one of them. So I think for all of the Zelda titles going forward, I'm going to let context clues tell you that this is a Legend of Zelda. Okay, that's a Link to the Past randomizer. A Link to the Past advance. Okay, that works. DX. We'll just put DX right here. That off right there. It's Awakening Remaster. It's Awakening. It's Awakening DX. This is Ocarina of Time. Way. Ocarina of Time Master Quest. This is Ocarina of Time 3D. This 3D. Take that edition off of there. Ocarina of Time 3D Master Quest. Okay, then Ocarina of Time Randomizer. Okay. Majora's Mask. It is catching on to the changes that I'm making. I like that. Majora's Mask Randomizer. That edition randomizer. Right. Majora's Mask 3D, Majora's Mask Randomizer. Wind Waker. Just when I praised you for catching on to what I was doing. D. Oracle of Ages. Oracle of Seasons. Take out GBC because these are originals there. Swords Anniversary. The Minish Cap. Spirit Tracks. Nice, oops. And Phantom Hourglass. I'm gonna go with Minish Cap for that. Okay. FSN for that one. Because FSA is this one. Twilight Princess. I'm gonna put HD on there, and back up here on the Wind Waker, I'm going to denote this as HD as well. And we're going to remove that addition to a sword, HD. Link between worlds. Okay. Triforce Heroes. Okay. Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom. Okay. Echoes of Wisdom. Okay. Ancient Stone Tablets. One. We're gonna do that. Ancient Stone Tablets, week 2. In week 2, going to replace. Yes. Yep. Ancient Stone Tablets, week 3. And then. Remember this? No. Ancient Stone Tablets, week not 45. Didn't go that far. Okay. Oh. Okay. Faces of Evil. Now we're getting into some of the cursed content. Faces of Evil. We can remove CDI. Wand of Gamelon. Remove CDI. Goddess Adventure. Remove CDI. Hyrule Warriors. Definitive Edition. I think we'll put that right here. Hyrule Warriors, Age of Calamity. Take this. Actually, for these, we'll use the reverse method. That right there. That right there. This is Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. Starts with an I, not an H. This is Cadence of Hyrule. Now that was interesting. I didn't tell it about that. But when I put the mouse cursor right here, what it suggested to me was Crypt of the Necrodancer. Now, Crypt of the Necrodancer is a really interesting game. It's a rhythm game where you have to beat a dungeon by dancing to the music. Cadence of Hyrule is a Zelda version of Crypt of the Necrodancer. But Crypt of the Necrodancer isn't mentioned anywhere in any of the quests in this project. But it knew that Cadence of Hyrule was a Zelda version of Crypt of the Necrodancer, because when I put the thing in right there, what it suggested that I write right there is Crypt of the Necrodancer. I'm like, it's Googling the shit that I'm typing in right here. So yeah, Visual Studio Code does that. There's no other way for it to have the information to know that I was talking about Crypt of the that this had anything to do with Crypt of the Necrodancer. So yeah, that's a that's a thing. Okay. Meanwhile, ChatGPT has finished the Warcraft one, so we would go here and drop that in there, and then we will retrieve the PokeQuest. And get it to make those changes for the PokeQuest. Booyah. Now, one thing I did notice that I do need to change for all of these, this needs to be false. The first one in each of the lines needs to be unlocked, otherwise the quest won't work. Okay, War 1. War 1 Remastered. Human and Orc. Okay, that's what I got this. War 1 Remastered. Human. War 1 Remastered. Orc. Warcraft 1 Remastered. Human campaign. Warcraft 1 Remastered. Orc campaign. Okay, so we have adventures there. That's what I fucking hate about JSON. Getting everything fucking lined up when you want to delete something is a nightmare. Because nothing lines up in the editor the way you think it should. Okay. Would it look better like that or the other way? Okay. Okay. War 1 remastered. Oh. Okay. Craft 2 mastered. Okay. Warcraft 2 remastered, Beyond the Dark Portal Human Campaign, Beyond the Dark Portal Orc Campaign. Okay, I need to remake these into the same naming convention as the rest of them. War 1, Human 2. Rename War 1 to War 1 OC for thumbnails. Link E to rename link ER to. Okay. HC and OC is what I had here. So this is human campaign and orc campaign Warcraft 2 Master. And this is Warcraft 2 Remastered. Tides of Darkness or campaign. Right, and that's what I got it named in here. Tides of Darkness or campaign. Got it. Warcraft 2 Remastered. Tides of Darkness. Human campaign. Warcraft 2 Remastered. Beyond the Dark Portal or campaign. Warcraft 2 Remastered Beyond the Dark Portal Human campaign. Okay. So this is going to be Warcraft 2 Remastered. This. Warcraft 2 Darkness Human campaign. Nice. Warcraft 2 Remastered. On the Dark Portal. Work. Remastered Human campaign. Nice. But orcs and humans here in Warcraft 1 Remastered as the title for that. Okay. I've already got these named correctly, I think. Okay, so this is going to be Warcraft 3R for Warcraft 3 Reforged. Nope, it doesn't mean remastered, it means reforged. Don't need that there. Warcraft 3 Reforged. Reign of Chaos. Prologue campaign. Warcraft 3 Reforged. Reign of Chaos Human campaign. Warcraft 3 Reforged, Reign of Chaos Undead campaign. Warcraft 3 Reforged, Reign of Chaos Orc campaign. Warcraft 3 Reforged, Reign of Chaos Night Elf campaign. Warcraft 3 Reforged, The Frozen Throne, Sentinels campaign. Warcraft 3 Reforged, The Frozen Throne, Blood Elves. The Frozen Throne, Alliance campaign. Because yeah, it is the Alliance. I mean, it's the Blood Elves, but it's called the Alliance campaign. Warcraft 3 Reforged, The Frozen Throne, Scourge campaign, Sentinels campaign. We're gonna go Undead campaign. Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne, bonus campaign. Okay, I'm okay without that. How that lined up. For World of Warcraft, we've already kind of done a World of Warcraft review, but technically it is part of the quest line. Wow. Yep. Warcraft Burning Crusade. Wow. Wow. World of Warcraft Burning Crusade. I think we'll just call this BC. I don't have anything else called BC. And then this is Wrath. Yep, and this is Kata. This is Mist. This is Warlords. This is Legion. This is BFA. Itself with Shadowlands. Yeah, the Dragonfly. This is the War Within. Midnight. This is the Last Titan of that last. Okay. Lord of the Clan. You're gonna go all the way back up to the top. Grab this. Right here. Okay. Want to TDS, the Dark Saga. An edition it calls it Dark Saga. Or to the Dark Saga work campaign, I believe, is first. ESH. Okay. Up to the Dark Saga Human campaign. Okay, so there's Dark Saga. Dark Saga Work campaign, the Dark Saga Human campaign. Bam. Okay, and now back here to grab the Pokemon. Okay, and then make sure that everything is right here before I step on to the next one. Okay. Okay, and then I'm gonna do one other thing right here, which is copy this and put that right there. That. Okay. Come on, Blue. Unlocked. Lock this vault. Not there, and this is okay. Pokemon. Oop. Blue. Yep. And right there is the additional Pokemon Green into the quest. Just like I told you, I would put it in there. There it is, right there. Pokemon Green. Pokemon Green. Pokemon Leaf Green. Let's just go LG for the remakes. Okay, then we got on red, read. Addition can go away. Come on, blue. Green and leaf green. Red. Pokemon Fire Red. Come on, yellow. Looks Pokemon. Let's go Pikachu. Pokemon. Let's go Eevee. Take off the addition of both of those. Pokemon Gold. That. Pokemon Heart Gold. And then this is Pokemon Silver. Sometimes it can guess that correctly. Sometimes it has no idea what it should be guessing. And then that's Soul Silver. And this is Pokemon Crystal. That does not have a remake. Move on to Gen 3. Pokemon. I think we're out of the colors. We'll just go with Pokemon S, Pokemon Sapphire. And this is Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Pokemon Alpha Sapphire A. No A, just Alpha Sapphire. Pokemon Ruby. And that's why I use the full color names up there. Why is it wanting me to use a U there? Okay. I'm sure I'll find out later on down the line. I love how it's putting a little blue dot all the way down here for all the changes that I've made. Pokemon Omega Ruby, Pokemon Ruby, okay. Pokemon Emerald. Just Pokemon E. And then we'll remove that because Emerald does not have a remake. And then we've got Pokemon Diamond. Okay, yeah, you got that one right. Can you guess this is going to be Pokemon Brilliant Diamond? Yes. Okay, and you got that one right too. So can you guess this is going to be Pokemon Pearl? You have PP, but it's Pokemon P. And then remove the addition. Pokemon Shining Pearl. Okay, guess that one correctly. Remove the addition. And then Pokemon... I'm not going to go full platinum. Just go Pokemon P. Pokemon P for Pearl. Okay, I think we'll go out with full Pokemon Platinum because, yeah. Oh look, it's guessed that this one is called Pokemon Black. Yeah, we'll go with Pokemon Black. We will remove the DS from here, and the here, and Pokemon Black 2. Yep, you got that one right. Okay, can you guess this is going to be Pokemon White? Yes. Remove that. Pokemon White 2, remove that. Pokemon X, yep. Pokemon Y, yep. Both of these are on the 3DS, but don't have a special edition associated with them. Pokemon Sun. Pokemon US, yep. For Ultra Sun. Pokemon Moon. And Pokemon Ultra Moon. Not Ultra Sun, that's Ultra Moon. Then remove that edition. Pokemon Sword. Pokemon Sword Isle. The Isle of Armor. Pokemon Sword the Crown Tundra. Pokemon Shield. Yep. Oh, we can remove these editions from this. Okay, this Pokemon Shield the Isle of Armor. Pokemon Shield the Isle of Armor. Ooh. Pokemon Shield the Crown Tundra. Hey, yeah, you got it right. Pokemon Scarlet. I don't have anything that is just S, right? Okay. Pokemon Scarlet, the Teal Mask TTM. Yep. And we can remove these additions. And this is Pokemon Scarlet Reggie Mayhem. Too many C's in there. Okay. Ad break. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick little break. I will be right back. Alrighty, I have returned. Hit the button. Pull the chats back up. Okay. And we were at Gen 9. You're this far. So about halfway through Pokemon, which is the last one that I need to edit right now. Because these are going to be the 4 that I have up for the start. And then I can get into all of this other nonsense in future streams. I'm going to have plenty of time. All right. Okay. So we're doing all of these, and we're going to go ahead and edit out the additions of all of those. Pokemon. Violet. Pokemon Violet. The Teal Mask. Pokemon Violet. One too many eyes in there, but the Indigo Disc. Pokemon Violet. Michi Mayhem. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Switch. Pokemon Legends Z to A. Pokemon Colosseum. Pokemon XD. Gale of Darkness. Pokemon SCQ. Pokemon Red Rescue Team. Make sure the addition is moved from each of these. Okay. This is going to be Blue Rescue Team. Blue Rescue Team. Mystery Dungeon Blue Rescue Team. Pokemon. Rescue Team DX. Should I name these? Yes, I think I should. Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team. Mystery Dungeon Blue Rescue Team. Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Explorers of Time. And that's going in addition. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Explorers of Darkness. This goes into Edition. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. This goes into Edition. Hey, finally caught on to my naming scheme and did it correctly. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Gates to Infinity. Okay. Oh, here we go with Mega Man music. Is it not so suddenly? Wow, subtly. There we go. Subtly. It's telling me to hurry up by playing Quickman stage. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. No wait, it's a Super Mystery Dungeon. Okay, and that just bam, just like that. Okay. Pokemon Ranger. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Almia. Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs. Detective Pikachu. Pokemon Detective Pikachu returns. Pokemon Snap. Pokemon New Snap. Okay. Pokemon Uranium. Glazed. Come on, Unbound. Call that Pokemon tournament, even though technically it's Pokken tournament. Pokemon trading card game. Okay. Now that I have all of those set, what are my next steps? Remove numbers from the title, subtitle, week bar, add in second stream collab, add in current live link. Okay, so for the current day, when I'm live right here, between the times that are noted on the calendar as the times of the live stream, I want this 12 p.m. to disappear and become a link to Twitch so that they can watch my live stream like right now. So also while I'm live, I think I would want the middle border for that section to turn red to indicate that I'm live. Okay. And then I need to do some thumbnail editing. So let's take care of the thumbnail stuff while I'm here. Desktop, thumbnails, thumbnail maker. Which one specifically I need? I need this to go to downloads. I'm gonna need downloads. We'll go desktop. 26 thumbnails. The second quest. This is gonna be L-E-E-S-E-E-R. Delete these. Delete those. That there. Desktop, 2026 thumbnails, thumbnail maker. Okay, and this one. Okay. Make my thumbnails. Okay, and these are the thumbnails with the new naming convention in place. So just copy all of these over here. That right there. That there, then move that in there. And then we're going to grab this one. Copy that in there. That in there. And that again. Okay. There are the new thumbnails. This out. Put it in there. Okay. did those. Now we're going to do Warcraft 1 human campaign. Okay. The War Quest. Warcraft 1 human campaign. Warcraft 1 War campaign. These. Those. Copy that there. Move this in here. Make the new thumbnails. Okay. Bring all our renamed thumbnails in there. You can go back in here. You out. To the work campaign. Copy that into there. Copy this into here. And make the new thumbnails. Nice. Drop all of those in here. This back over here. Back over there. And we are done. We have the thumbnails remade properly. I don't need this open anymore. Finished with that. Okay, and that's the thumbnails redone. Yeah. Okay, now to vibe code the rest of this stuff. This is the border fix, but this file is getting pretty long too, so we'll just open up a new one. Okay. Calendar week. Okay. Okay. Parse calendar title, so it stops looking for the one prefix and just returns the title as is. Simple enough. Function parse calendar title. No, I think we'll keep that. That way I will be able to add an extra note to the calendar in case I need to with something, and it won't show up on the schedule. Because I could just delete that part, but I was gonna remove this. But I think it might be better to actually leave it in. Okay. And that. Okay. Now, yeah, that shouldn't have changed anything on here. But now I can put the correct information on these. FF1 pick will be master, right? Legend of Zelda. One human campaign, and I can take that off. Save that for all events. This, that off. This. Because they have unique descriptions now, I can't edit all of them at once. Okay. Here. Cookie Quest. Make sure this actually did update. I just saw the little light right there. Okay, now. Bring this back up. Canvas size. Let's pop this in here so I can get the correct canvas size for what I'm looking for. And we're going to open Photoshop, really? Sometimes it forgets how to open your cloud documents. I need my social one. And now I need this one. I need to find Twitch. Put that in here. Actually, before we bring it over, we're gonna make some changes. We're gonna duplicate. I want to remove inner bit there. And I want to drop. I need a background where I can see. Really, Windows? Want a stroke. Not quite that intense. I think just maybe a stroke of 1. And then we're going to take this here. I want this to be nearest neighbor. Like that. Really? pixel colors. Can I just paint white pixels around here to do the job for me? Okay. I now put back on that and bring this to 100. It reads very well as Twitch like that. So I'm going to do a couple of versions of this. Okay. I might need to increase the canvas size by height to 20. That will give me the latitude on the other pixels there, and then the row up here. Okay. Times indicated on the calendar. Once. to be replaced by this. With a link to my Twitch channel. .b/Narishm. And I want the border of the middle section only to have a red gradient border while I am live. After the stream, it goes back to normal. You do that. Bam. Do the hard work for me. Please and thank you. Avoids overloading the API. It's talking about how to do refreshes to make sure that the events on the calendar stay up to date without overloading the API with too many calls. Okay, I'm gonna edit those colors. Okay. Okay. Here is the current whole email code. Can you make those to this and give me back the corrected full code? Okay. Now I've set it to implement those changes for me so that I don't have to sort through the code and edit each little individual thing of my own accord. It changed something right there, so I was looking at that. So I'm able to follow along with what it's doing right here. I'm familiar enough with how everything in here is set up. So this isn't in, well, it isn't, none of it's Greek because I know what all of this stuff means. I'm just watching to see if there's anything that jumps out at me as a strange thing that it's doing. All of this is pretty much the same as it was. Yep, that's for the angles. That's the box with the kanji and the date and the time and all that. I need to revisit the subtitle thing because it's not working as intended. But I'm going to get this live thing working first, I think. Is it going to change back my hover? Okay, it added a special Twitch hover to make the icon bigger. Yeah, okay. And there's the gradient. This right here is, whoops. I forgot I can't do that, but yeah, that was the gradient part for the for the live section. Okay, there's the new Twitch image. That's about the days. That's a little bit of error catching right there, and then that's breaking down the date. And then this is parsing the information it pulls from the calendar. This is that live ticker thing. I didn't ask it to make a ticker, but it made one anyway, so that's going to be interesting to see what that is. Look, well, I know what a ticker is, but I'm wondering where exactly they're going to put it. I'm thinking it's going to be up in the title bar somewhere, because it shouldn't add anything to the main calendar section without me specifically telling it to. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Oh, it's giving up on color again. Okay, it's redefined the right side of the bar to be a little more dynamic instead of it just being like a time wrapper. It's now calling it the right slot because I keep changing what's in there. Okay, and then this is error catching right there. And here's the end. Okay. So now, when that pushes out, we should see a change right here. and my little Twitch icon should appear. And ideally, this box in the middle here should turn red. And this part right here isn't displaying correctly, so I'm going to have to dive back into that. Aha. And then if I click on this, to the live stream. Okay. So that's an indicator right there that I'm live. I think I just want to make this icon bigger. And maybe I want to make a thumbnail that just says live, like right here in the middle, that's only seen on this portion here when I am live. And I definitely want to make this Twitch icon bigger than what it is right there. So image. We're gonna trim this to that, and then for canvas size, we've got 23 by 24. So let's say we make this 36 by 36. A notable increase in size. And then I can just this over. We will ditch that in favor of this bad boy. Okay. Now, put this guy down. Twitch icon becomes a little bit larger. Oh, haha, I'm like, why is it only showing like that much? That's why. Haha. Okay, so I need this to be that color. Okay. And now we'll save this out. And we won't have any of the bordering problems that we were seeing with that one right there. Yeah, it's a lot cleaner right there. Okay, and then where is the image? Icon is going to be 36. Okay. While that's updating, I'm going to look into making that thumbnail. I need to also fix the dev thumbnail. This one. Okay. So this, turn off the dev quest for borders. We're gonna put it red. And then for text, put live and gigantic text. Maybe not that gigantic. Then the background, the red one. I have this reversed on the other one, so let's reverse it here too. Bring that below the border. That. Okay. Bam. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick little break. I will be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Apologies for the extra long break that time. Alrighty. Now, let's see if my new changes have taken effect. Okay. Maybe a lighter purple. Maybe a lighter purple for the stroke would do that better. Like, we'll take this color here. Yeah. And then I can also turn the opacity on that down a little bit. So we'll make it purple, and we'll turn the opacity down on the stroke to make that a little bit softer. Yeah, I think that works. And we'll save this. Nice. And then we'll open this in a new tab. Okay, well, I should have updated it. Okay, there it goes. Maybe I bring the stroke opacity back up to 100%. Okay. And while we are waiting for this to propagate, okay, pushed successfully. Okay. while it's listing that out, I'm going to take a look at the gradient for the red. I may end up filling that in. I think that's an appropriate level of pop right there. You can now easily tell that there is a Twitch icon right there. Bam. All right. So now we're implementing a custom thumbnail specifically for when I'm live, so that you can tell on the calendar that I'm currently live. I wonder if I could make it tap directly into the Twitch API to determine if I'm currently live. I'll see about implementing that in the next step, I think. Because right now it's only looking at the calendar, and if it's within the date of the event on the calendar that I'm live, it will mark me as live on the schedule. But what I want it to do is look at the calendar, and if it says I should be live on the calendar, to then check Twitch and see if I'm actually live. And if I am, update the calendar that I'm live. If I'm not, don't update the calendar that I'm live. Just mark the time back on there. I think I'll make that the next iteration, because I think you should be able to pull that information directly like from Twitch without having to do like an API call or give it a special key. Mega Man 4 is one of the Mega Man games that I haven't played a lot of. That being said, I did complete it on stream a couple years ago. Oh, it's giving up on color again. This sounds like it's from Super Mario 3D World. I don't think it is, but there's a level in Super Mario 3D World that has you jumping to the beat of the music, and the blocks in the level switch locations on every third beat. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, we're getting into the actual construction part. And there's the actual constructor right there. And here's the end. Whoops. Okay. All right. And now, when this update goes through, this thumbnail right here should switch to the live one. Okay. Okay. So let's take a look at that thumbnail with how it displays right there. Right below the E is where it cuts off. If I bring me up, and that right here is where it cuts off. Hmm. Okay, so now with that, got it pushed out. Hidden behind layers I can't see. Okay, so that's the live. Okay. I hate that it's caching the images and not updating them. Like that. I only need a little bit of increase. Pushed out. All right, let me take a look on the Git. Okay. Okay. See if this will get the right amount of crop in there. And that should push out properly. Nice. Oh, don't do that. This. And that did push it out, right? Okay. I'll make this just a bit bigger. We should be good on that. And then this pushes it out. Nice. This should update eventually. Oh, why you're not? Okay. Let's see how this scales if I resize the window. The borders don't scale properly with a resized window. I'm gonna have to check that out. Okay, so it's expecting a certain monitor size. It's only the center border that isn't scaling properly. But only on a resize. Okay, so that's an interesting problem that I'm gonna have to work on. When resizing the window, it doesn't scale it properly. I think for this, I'm going to end up with this, basically, like that. Did I just do that? No, I did Twitch, okay. Okay, and then this should update. Nice. Then that. And that still brings me here, right? Yeah. I think I want the border on this to also turn red. And I'm still torn about this. Because I kind of like the way it is like that. Oh, here we go with Dragon Song. Okay.
Children of the land, echoes of truths that once rang clear. Two souls intertwined, one true love they did find, bringing land. But flames that burn full bright soon fell dark. Memories dimmed by shadowed hearts.
Okay. Right under the light border.
Waxing gloom did wane the lover's moon, watching as their worlds drift apart. One soul's cry, a passion welling within. Sacrifice death an afterthought to those
Oh, I should probably do this again. Okay, so that guy's updated back to what it was. I think I'm gonna make that border a little bit wider. Move a little bit more in this direction. Update slowly. Okay, yeah. And I want the middle part.
children of the land and service. Why must you turn to empty bliss? Tell me why break trust? Why turn the past to dust? Seeking solace in the abyss. Tell me why create a circle none can
Oh,
break.
and maybe if I take this and put it here.
The life you were bestowed, this I fear I'll never know.
Okay. So what I'm trying to make happen here is when you mouse over this section, that this one and this one turn green and that one stays red. But when you're not mouse over, this one and this one are red. Perhaps if I remove this. Okay. Now for something fancy. Can I have it check Twitch during the time the stream is supposed to be happening to see if I am actually live? Live. Okay. Now it's puzzling that out. While it's puzzling that out, I will refresh this. See if that's updated properly. Hmm. Okay. This and put this back here. I was gonna put add bar. Okay. So there's not a clean way to actually do it. It's weird that there isn't a way just to ping the page and see if the page is live. That you have to go through the authorization to do it. Okay. Let's add a check in the code to make sure if there is a YouTube code, then it can't go live. That'll be the easiest way to do it. Okay, let's go and... Yep, that's what I needed to do. Lovely. Okay, so now when you mouse over this, this part turns green, and then when you leave out, okay, and that way that part's always red. Okay. it's doing that. It's that. One moment. Alrighty. So, we've got the live aspect now added to it, which is nice. So now when you go to the schedule, if I am currently live, the day that I am live is now has a red border around it. A Twitch icon appears here, which will take you to the Twitch stream, and this thumbnail here is updated with the live thumbnail to let you know that I am in fact currently live right now. And then when the stream is over and I update the VOD, because on previous streams you got the YouTube symbol here that would take you to the YouTube page where the YouTube VOD is. Why is that VOD? Why do you have this? Oh, because it hasn't updated it yet at the start of the stream. It's gonna click in right now. Yeah, okay, yeah. But yeah, so on all the previous streams now, you can check out all the VODs and even multiple ones if it was divided up across multiple events. For upcoming things, you have the time that the stream is going to start. And then the current day is in blue. And this blue border right here is around this whole thing. And the start time appears right here before the stream is scheduled to start. While the stream is going on, it updates like this, where you have a red border around this that turns green when you mouse over it. All of these turn green when you mouse over it. The border turns green, and this is replaced from the normal icon to the live icon. But you know, hey, it's live right now. You can click and go and watch Nari because he's doing things. And then when the stream ends, and I grab the code from YouTube for the VOD, and the VOD logo appears right here. This goes back to the normal thumbnail for that stream. And then we have this being finished right here. So I can copy this. Save that, stage it, and push it. Nice. And when that updates, that's just going to be a fallback code. So that if I have to end the stream early, I'm always going to have to make sure that I immediately go and update the calendar with the code for the VOD to make sure that this isn't accidentally saying that I'm live when I'm not live. I'm sure I'm going to make this mistake at some point, and someone's going to go to the page and I'm not actually going to be live because I had to leave early for some reason or another. But yeah, so I'm going to take a quick little break and I will be right back. Alrighty, we are back. We're gonna get to a happier song from Zelda 2. Okay. Now, I figured out why these things were not updating correctly with the names of the first game in the quest. That was because I didn't name the JSON files correctly. I've corrected that and they're updating properly now. Nice. Now, what I want to do is add another row underneath it that has the edition. Yeah. Okay. I want to add under the main title in the middle section of the bar a second row of text that displays the value of the addition attribute of the entry, if there is one, and just a single line if there isn't. The second line should be smaller in the greetings Songswell, welcome, welcome. In the joysticks font and align to the right side of the upper row font. Use this updated version of the code to implement it. Okay, and then we go and get this. Bam. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Stay as long as you like, look as long as you like. Both are greatly appreciated. I am making my schedule. Did chat tell me anything before, or it just started making things? Okay, so it just started making things. While it's making things, this is my schedule that I'm making. It's all fancy and it can do fancy things. Like tell you when I'm live, and you can click on the little YouTube things here and it will take you to the YouTube VOD for that stream. Or if I'm live, you can click on the little Twitch thing and it'll take you to the Twitch page. Fancy stuff. I think it's fancy. I'm trying to make my life as easy as possible when it comes to getting a lot of this stuff done, and I always forget to make schedules and everything, but I can keep a Google Calendar, and so now this schedule here pulls directly off of this Google Calendar, and I've got so many fancy things on the Google Calendar. Like it pulls the name of the JSON file that it's going to be reading the information out of directly from the title here. So the JSON file is basically named whatever this title is, all lowercase minus spaces. So it takes the title, it takes all the spaces out, it makes everything lowercase, adds .json to the end of it, pulls a JSON file. And then it takes the first two letters, the two numbers at the first of this code, to tell it the color that everything's going to be set up on. And those colors map to these color tiles right here, which are the background images. And then the next bit right here is the thumbnail code that tells it which of the thumbnails it needs to pull and display for that particular thing. And then there's a tilde, which is a delimiter. And then this right here is the code to the YouTube VOD, so that it knows what to make this link to. And if there's no YouTube VOD there, it doesn't display anything. If the stream hasn't happened yet, it displays this time the stream is going to start on the day that it's going to start. And then you have like information about what things are going to be what. Yeah. Fancy schedule. And I'm making more changes and stuff to the schedule right now. Oops. Okay. Now, the changes I just made should add another line underneath this that is going to give more information about what's going on with these particular games. I just have to wait for it to propagate. It takes it a minute to get everything like propagated through, because once I save it here, it has to save it, then it has to stage it, then it has to push it to GitHub, and then I have to wait for the response from GitHub, and then it does a poll from GitHub to make sure all the files are the same, and then GitHub updates, and then finally it'll propagate through the web to where it'll update down here. Bam. So yeah, Final Fantasy 1 and Pixel Remaster underneath. Perfect. Warcraft 1 Remaster and then Human Campaign underneath right there. So I want those, I think, maybe to be a little bit bigger, and I want it to be aligned to the right of the text above it, but it currently seems to be centered to the text above it. So let's go take a look at new CSS rules. Okay, well, it says it's right aligned. Okay. Let's make this left aligned. So the top one is 22 pixels tall. 2.2 weight. Absolute size, relative size, length percentage. Okay, well, let's increase the absolute size. of that to 15. And we'll decrease the absolute size of this to, well, not 218. 218. Okay, those changes. Come on, push through. Nice, okay. So that should make this a little bit smaller and push it this way. Make that a little bit bigger and push it that way. You just have to wait for it to propagate. I think I do want it centered. Okay. Got it. 2 pixels, make it bigger. Actually, right align it. Okay. Bam. I've asked it to make the edits for me so that I don't have to be bothered with searching for all of that stuff and making all the little itty bitty changes all over the place, which I don't like doing because I do not like web design. I do not like it, Sam. I am. Do not like it with the ham, Sam. That was better in my head. It has been many a while since I've read a Dr. Seuss book. Okay, I think we've been in Zuckerberg long enough. Let's go somewhere else. Oh, this is better. Keep looking. Okay, it's not much better. I don't want to go to the Holy See. I mean, we were just going to all of the nasty places in 14. Oh, well, now we're in Animal Crossing. That's the thing. There we go. Bum ba bum bum. Bum bum ba ba bum bum. Although I have several songs from several of the Goemon games. I think there are 2 or 3 of them on the Super Nintendo. I've never actually played one of them. So yeah, there's that. Like, why do you have the soundtrack if you've never played the game? Because the soundtrack is awesome. Bam, and there's the end. Copy code. Voilà. Okay. So now we're waiting for the next update. Okay. Let's take a look. Position line, top line, text line. Center. I still want that center. And we will save this. Oh, the world map of Final Fantasy IX. Because I want these centered. I think it works really well when it's centered. While it's updating, we're doing that. Fix borders not scaling on resize. Did go through, right? Yeah. Okay. Why is it not scaling center? whenever it says, okay, you need to make this change, this change, this change, this change, this change, that change, and that change, I'm like, yeah. Here's the code. Will you make all those changes for me? Because now all I have to do is wait for it to type out like the code, which is still 90% the same as it was before. And there are the changes that it's making right there. Okay, now the changes are done. And now it's just reprinting the rest of the code the way it was. Once I get everything implemented properly, I'm going to chop this up into its component parts. So you'll have the HTML in one section, the JavaScript in another section, and the CSS in another section. Okay, and this is the builder function. That's the logic that is redrawing the slants so that the borders are properly, or the proper thickness around it. Because I was having problems doing it before that, so I had to do it with this SVG instead of just trying to wing it with whatever it was doing before that wasn't SVG. That doesn't work. And it's giving up on color again. And there's the end. Okay. Now we just refresh this until that goes center. Because I looked at the changes that it said it's implemented, and I'm like, that should center it back. So we just have to wait for it to populate up. I think I like that. I think I like that. Okay. We got the subtitles in. You can always go with Mega Man music. Let me take them. I think it's fitting that this is hard, man, with what I'm about to ask this thing to do to this schedule. Okay. Now it's thinking. Now, with the split bar, we are going to add an on hover thumbnail change to the last section as well. I didn't tell ChatGPT about adding that yet because I don't want to overwhelm it with stuff to do. Right now, it should just be figuring out how to properly layer all the divs to give me the bar that I want. And later I'll tell it, okay, now we're gonna do some on hover changes to other parts of the screen. Okay. Let's see if I can spot the changes that it's gonna add in here. There's one right there. There's another one right there. That's for the split middle bar. Bum, 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 bum. That's the same. Okay, some new stuff right there. And that's new additions to the HTML to cover for the middle bar. That's still parsing for the calendar. And it's given up on color again. It's been a long time since I played GoldenEye. Still has awesome music though. Okay. That added nearly 100 lines of... No, actually it added 101 lines of code. Okay. So we should be able to see the moment this updates, because Friday right here should split in half. Okay. Not quite what I was looking for. But it's a start. It's a start. Okay, in theory it's there and it's working. What I have to tell it to do now is to put this kind of a gap between the two panels when there are two panels, and then we can start sizing things properly for the panels, because we'll need to shrink the text down to make it fit properly. Yeah. Anywho, I think that's gonna be it for me for the day. I got a late start today, so it's not quite as long of a stream as normal. But yeah, I don't know if there's going to be collaboration times tonight or not. But if there's not, just like it says right here on the schedule, I will be back on Monday beginning the new Final Fantasy quest. We'll be playing Final Fantasy 1, the Pixel Remaster Edition, starting at noon and going to about 6:30. So yeah, that'll be there on Monday, and on the Discord I will keep you guys up to date on updates to this, because I am going to be working on this over the weekend, as well as a couple of other things, getting the stream ready for the final quest happening on Monday. Yeah. So, yeah. Let's see if there's anybody out there in Twitch land that we can drop a raid on. Who do we know that is doing cool things right now? Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Let's see. A lot of big name viewers are streaming right now. Ah, here we go. I have not rated Cider in a minute. Cider has helped me out on the channel before with some Metroid Dread stuff way back in the day. I know Cider from Talking Time. Eurexia is what they go by on Talking Time and in Brick's channel and everything. So we're gonna drop a raid over here on Cider, and I will be back on Monday. Yeah. So I want to thank you guys for watching, and I will catch you on the flip side. Nari out.